G'day everyone, back with some more Digimon World 2. Last time we decided to demonstrate how you can build a better version of the Bios Metal Greymon, and we completed the first step of that, which was getting to Okuamon. Got it to 22, and now we've converted it over to the Kabuterimon line, the vaccine insect line, so we can acquire a Hornbuster. We also managed to acquire all the current best Digibeetle parts. Well, besides upgrading the engine all the way, or to the more expensive engine that I accidentally misclicked on before. Oopsie. Oh, this is going to be hairy, but we might want to start at a lower domain. Our one hope is that he's vaccine, so he'll be taking a bit less damage from them. Unfortunately, we got the worst order for our attacks. Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. Never mind, it's all terrible. It's a nightmare. Why are we even here? Everything will be daijoubu. Well, we got A level. It's a fair start. The more we can squeeze out of those, the higher his HP gets, and the safer he'll be. So, Baby Flame is... I think I've actually showed this before. Here, let me... Now, it doesn't make a huge difference, admittedly, because they're just child tier techniques, but it can be more knowledge is never a bad thing. Okay, so there are 3 child tier techniques that have 20 power, which is pushing into some of the weaker adult single target technique territory. They are Black Peril, which is Sayakamon's move, and like Pumpkinmon, it puts their defense to 0 for the turn they use, the rest of the turn after they use it, which means that one's Garbo. You don't want to use that. Like, it's one of the multitude of reasons why, despite us getting a story, a Sayakamon for story, I haven't even really attempted to figure out a use for it, because I already know there isn't. But here we have Angry Rock, which is normally Gotsumon's move, but if you'll recall, this is the bonus technique the trade Yukiagumon has. So that's why, if you'll recall, when we were actually using him, that was the attack I chose to use as opposed to White Hail, which is his normal attack. And then V Headbutt, which only naturally only comes from Vmon, uh, who you cannot acquire in the wild. You can catch wild Veedramon and Aero Veedramon, and then Holmon, but not Vmon. And you get Vmon by mixing a virus or vaccine dragon type Digimon with a vaccine bird type. So, say you catch Piomon to go with your starter Agumon, and then you evolve to Airdramon and Greymon. You can mix those together and you'll have Vmon. Very common thing that people would often do. That's what I did on my very first playthrough back in the day. Vmon's one of the awkward ones though because he needs such high DP levels to become Flaydramon, Raydramon, and then Imperial Dramon, uh, which is just a better line than than a Vidramon into Aero Vidramon into Holmon. But it is what it is. And then right below that you have your second tier, which is where your Darkness Gear from Hagurumon, your Dengeki Beaten from Betamon and Madoki Betamon, Electro Thread from Kunamon and Dokunamon. Uh, trollingly enough, Friendly Fire, which obviously can only damage your allies. It was cheeky of them to make that attack one of the stronger of the tier, since you can only hit yourself with them. And White Hail from Yuki Agumon actually is just one tier below the Angry Rock. So if the enemy is weak to water, then it's not a bad shout to use it instead. And then Baby Flame is also 17.5. I could have sworn it was also in the 20 tier, but I must have saw an incorrect chart some time ago and just didn't think to double check. The Elecmon's move, yeah, this one and Tentomon's technique target random enemies, which is why I don't. I'm not very fond of those. And then Spiral Edge from Gizamon also is the 17.5 range. Pretty good, pretty good. Good spread of specialities as well, which cannot be said for every tier, unfortunately. I mean, look here, these are all just none. This should be water, but whatever. And I feel like this should be nature, but also whatever. All that to say, there's no reason for us not to just, well, uh, now we'll keep Baby Flame just because you're going to become Metal Greymon anyway. Might as well keep the normal ability. Okay, proper order. And they're, for whatever reason, taking their frustrations out on Rosemon for once and not my poor little child Digimon that I'm trying to raise. That's a little bit of damage. That should just about do this fight. Good stuff, good stuff. Good lad. I know when we get out of here this run to actually purchase like 3 or so more speed chips just to pump him up a little more. Don't like this. Here comes the targeting. Yep. Well, that's no good. Our luck had ran out. One more level, and he would have likely would have barely lived that. Shame. Um, honestly, you know what? Yeah. Oh, this was on me because I went to the wrong domain. That one's one you go to when you've already reached adult level. Let's see. Device Storm will get. I think 3 will do it. And of course, we'll make sure that he gets 3 speed from each of them. Yeah. Oh, never mind. We can only afford 2. Now we need to keep the parts fixes. Okay, 2 it is. So he's at 89, so 3 will get him to 92. So we're looking for 92. 92, come on. Let me actually save state here. Oh, nope, we only got 1. Okay. Wrong direction. There we go, 92. Now we need 95. Looking for 95. Nope. There we go. Good stuff. Save state again. So I don't fat finger it and accidentally hit reload state, which I've certainly never done in Lost Hours of Progress before. No, including in the routing run. uh, okay, now surely 9 points of speed over will consistently let him act before here. Surely. Honestly, so this is overkill, and I just do it because I have the Tism, and I like just perfecting the move sets, getting the 12 perfect move. Oh yeah, I think I misspoke a couple streams ago when I said that the max amount of skills a Digimon could learn is 20. No, it's 12. 12 is what I meant, but I don't know. My brain was not braining properly, so I said 20 instead. Yep. Let's see, what was the other domain that we. It was one over here, wasn't it? That's okay. We can do that. There goes nothing. It went first that time. That's good. For a moment there, I forgot who I even targeted with that. Oh no, defensive ray. Whatever will we do? Hmm. Two in a row. Despite this being data, I felt a little safer doing it just because one of them constantly spams an assist. The other has a counter attack, which means they're going guaranteed to hit the other two, unless both of them miss, heaven forbid. And the other one, well, Piccolomon is a problem, but luckily he behaved. Huh. I'm starting to think I went to the wrong domain. I was attempting to go to one with a mixture of types, not just data. Of course, this could just be a coincidence. Yeah, see, that was a bit you by. Luckily, you'd have to hit. Oh, no. Not like this. Not like this. Okay, we're safe. I swear you need. I might have to break down and turn this one into something. No, no, no. Just. It's okay. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Okay, so this is a great example of why I'm adamant about getting Soul Chopper on every Digimon, as well as at least one other AoE option, which, to be fair, is typically a stronger one than Scissor Arm on. Um, So, ultimate tier. Because Scissor Arm on itself is not actually all that much damage. It does lesser damage in return for its effect, which is really bloody strong. But the issues comes in you need when you need to clear clear 3 enemies like this. Because there was a chance that Togimon survived that Soul Chopper, so that's why I was hesitant. But luckily, Rosemont ate her Wheaties today, it seems. Okay, so the eye mix. Unfortunately, that one's so annoying because of the speed shifts. I don't want to bother with it. Can't be arsed. Ah. So I really want to deal with double AoE, I suppose. Theoretically, we're getting to a state where we should be able to hold up a bit better. And this is a virus instead of data this time. Also, frankly, they're just not as strong as, well, if they're all going to hit him, I guess it doesn't matter. Hey, he missed. What luck. See, we're in this weird situation where now Heracles Kabuterimon is the one with more MP than Rosemon. Figure that out. Of course, she's the one with necromagic, so if we ever somehow end up in a situation where, well, she's also not too terribly far from a level. Of course, we can't rely on that any longer because I think that's her final level. Oopsie. I really hate wasting mag missiles on training levels. Well, so far so good. He's attacked first every time. Which is what we want. Now that I know, right, darkness count as water. Why did... No, this would be foolish. I wouldn't be that dumb. Today. Rude. Honestly, it had been a bit since I did my routing run. Honestly, I wish I could have got to streaming the actual run sooner. Probably would have been a lot smoother. But This just reminds me that how just absolutely important necromagic is, and it's only going to grow more important the further you go into the game, and the longer fights last, and the longer the domains last, and the less you get levels up to recover your MP and the like. I wonder. No, we need 4 for that. Okay. Never mind. All of my hate. Oh boy, here I go fighting data types again. Like a complete ignoramus. Right, his counter's AoE. I forgot about that. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Could you not? Please. Oh no. Ha. Joke's on you. We can do something. This. Honestly, that's probably silly, isn't he? Well, he's gone. He's the one that did the most damage. Ah. Oh. Late for that, isn't it, lads? I'm gonna say that works. Never in doubt. Also, judging by that damage, I don't think Parameter Patch actually fixed his parameters, which means it's either bugged or it cures status, despite the name, or at least the translation of the name. Honestly, either could be the issue. Well, well, well. What have we here? Please stop. He's just a lad. We're going to room on number 1, because clearly quite a bit stouter defense-wise than the second one. If you were going to catch one and actually use it, you can keep an eye out for things like that, like which one's taking less damage, which one's doing more damage. Although that one can be a little bit more difficult to tell. Which one's attacking due to the camera angle's not always being honest to you. Two more fights, and this lad will be ready to evolve to Kabuterimon. Getting his... he's... He'll be that way eventually, maybe. Maybe. This is rough. And naturally, the Pumpmon guards. The twat. Yeah, you would do that. Why? Stop it! Nobody likes you. Now they're both getting a little lower. We'll just try that. Guard it again. Joke's on you, lad. You have like 1 HP left. See? So the Starmon was apparently going to use his assist again. Good to know. Jump, little fella, jump. We might be able to squeeze out one more fight. Just about. Oh. At least Rosemon will do approximately all of the damage. In fact, you know what? I'ma do it. I'ma do it. Watch your miss. Hey, they got up. It, hmm. That's twice in a row we've done this fight, and the Wagalurumon on the left, from our perspective, is the higher defense one. Curious if that's always the case. Well, he's should be able to comfortably stay at 0 to next level, all the way up to 21, as long as we keep going like this. She is completely out of juice right before she leveled 2. You hate to see it. He could use 2 more scissor arm arms. And oh, what a coincidence. Well, you need 3, but I think we're done here for now. We'll head back to Ram Domain and see if our little lad can't survive a little bit now that he's going to be evolved. You're not who I wanted to talk to. Get out of here. don't know why I always think that this place is the other place. Honestly, maybe better just to stay here since, let's see, he'll go to 24. Which probably won't take that long here, considering 5,800 experience. Right at around 5,800 experience is what they require for level 21, so that's just 2,500 away. And we have 10 fights to get it. I think we'll be okay. I will say we should go ahead and save. Back to soft and squid. I'm not doing this fight. Not this one. The Gessermon's too annoying with his speed lowering nonsense. And naturally, they'll be all that's on this floor. Nobody likes you. Go away. See, the awkward thing is they only give like 290 experience when like the wild Airdramon fights. Yeah, these give more. It's a significantly easier fight. Uh, Unless you get unlucky and Pidomon spams heals. Which in case... Oopsie. Oh no. Oh, nuts. It begins. The game just has to be like, ha, I'll show you. Good. Okay, as long it's a fight that you should be able to clear pretty quickly. You know what? You can fight too, I don't care. But if you don't, then it can get annoying because Dolphmon can weaken your attacks and Pidomon can just heal. Luckily, their vaccine in Rosemon is data. So, well, Mega Flame's worth keeping. This is horrendous. Mega Shocker. Mega Blast. That's what it is, Mega Blast. Weird. Hornbuster is such a buff. Compared to its adult farm, it's pretty laughable. Okay, kids, let's see if we can actually, connect this time. Phase connect. Oh no. Shouldn't have said that. Now this fight will go pear-shaped. I tell you, I love love Soul Chopper. Yeah, she's kept out. Yeah, you just see it's. There we are. Uh, Scissor arm. Depending on the notion of how I'm doing the move set, you may or may not keep scissor arm in the final 12 with my little power recipes. It really depends on the path I have to go. What I would replace it with is an assist that makes you invincible until it wears off, which frankly is overkill for survivability, but I don't know. Really, you've got a slot or two to play with. There's really just like 10 must haves, in my opinion, which you've already seen a fair few of. Hey, I think she did it the same order she did it last time. That's funny. What is this RNG? Ah, necromagic. Gotta love it. Yeah, but honestly, I would recommend, even if you're not going to follow, when I get to the point when I can demonstrate my power recipe, uh, I'll show you how to go through getting all the techniques. Um, I would recommend, even if you don't want to follow the whole thing in your own playthroughs, uh, you wouldn't be remiss to at least do the first, I believe it's 3 steps, and you'll end up with a level 24 Phantomon that has Necromagic, that has Soul Chopper, that has MP Destroyer, and has Fire Blast. All extremely useful techniques. Fire Blast you'll drop eventually, but a solid AoE move can go a long way in speeding fights up early game. Maybe flying a bit too close to the sun on having him attack the Piccolomon instead of guarding, but eh, carpe diem. See, it works. He did. And now, it's your turn. Not quite. Naturally, you can just do what we did. Just start this little path off and capture a wild Solomon to get Necromagic, but since he's apparently glitched out when it comes to his MP, since he has 30 MP, but his attack, he comes with Night Raid, which costs 40 MP, so he can't even use his attack until you get like 3 levels with him. He's a bit of a pain in the neck to raise, unless you've already got well established Digimon to carry him with, which was the case here. I think it's better just to do my little recipe. Plus, you get MP Destroyer, which is functionally a damageless horn buster. If that also drains MP from your opponents, it's most useful in the in-game fights, and then in the post-game, especially in the big post-game super. How did this end up happening? Let's just a view to this. Carpetarimon. Lad, how are you slower than Cyclomon at level 15? Please, I'm listening. Explain. Also, he might could have just finished it with Mega Flame last turn. Maybe. Well, that's not very neighborly. There's the floor panel. We gonna sneak any more fights? No. That one's just gonna connect down there. There's not another room. Huh? I have to be able to go this way then. Yeah. That'll do it. Well, it took approximately 70 years, but we managed to get through that far. Come on, lad. Come take your medicine. Wasn't it enough? So how do you lower the defense of something that just sent its defense down to 0? That is the question. I'm going to say this will work out. It probably won't, but I'm going to say it anyway. So far, so good. Occurs to me, I once again could have just used Mega Flame. Still enough. Never in doubt. Little rooms like this can be very tricky because there's very often a hidden Electro Spore chat um, right there. Okay, what level are we at? 17. Sorry, 4 more. This will get us halfway there. Hopefully. Very much should, unless something goes the shape of the pear. That's pretty good damage. Yeah, you would guard, wouldn't you? You dingus. I must say, I'm probably going to jinx it by saying it, but I'm proud of her target selection today. For once, everything isn't terrible. It's not just 100% pain, only about 80%. I'm not so certain that this one's going to work out as well as the last fight. Ow. Just hit my controller on me keyboard. Well, and my finger too. That's where the pain came in. Could just darn it. You could just not do that. How did he patch again? Whatever. I was too busy breaking my finger. Again. We do actually have the cannon to use those now. Maybe I will next fight just for kicks and giggles. Are we at 19? Come on. Come on. Here, boy. Come on. Come on. Add a lad. Got there eventually. Got there eventually. Now I switch to Mega Flame. Why do I do things? Nope, nope, nope. There it is. That's the one. Well, if nothing else, we're demonstrating why it can be a good idea to keep um, regular scissor arm as well as double or triple, as it were. There's just one more fight. for this run, unless we are in good enough shape to. Ah, see, we can't do that. And these won't work because I'd need to line both of them up. And now we're going to focus the lad. Those two won't take long anyway. 3 fights. So what we're going to do is double duo scissor claw, and then see where we are from there. So the thing about it is, we could, if you could, if you didn't want to do the extra step of getting two Madoki Beatamon and merging them together to make a level 16 Dark Tyrannomon, you could just grab one. Your Metal Greymon would end up with one less level. So in this case, he would be at 28 instead of 29 cap. That would be the difference. Um, Whether that's okay for you or not will will just come down to how about a third time? We'll simply come down to whether Sway needs another AoE. If only they had their technique. Oh, looky there. I suppose no. Let's see what was I saying? Oh, it will come down to how exactly you want to take, where you want to take him from there. Whether you need that extra level or not. See, isn't this much smoother? Triple AoE. Look at you lads go. So Fire Blast does AoE baby flame damage. Is essentially with the scaling there. Well, one more fight would polish off the second one too, but honestly, we don't even need to do that. We just need one of them at 14. Either way, the result is going to be at 16. Now, yeah, we still need to do one more fight for you. But I'm not going to deal with a wild Kabuterimon. Oh joy. Okay. Let's see the Z cannon in action. Isn't it beautiful? Single digit damage. Ah. Now, to be fair, if I actually raise the cannon's level, it'll get a little stronger. Not a great deal, but a little. This is the blah, 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 blah. This is the last fight we're doing this run, so we can go all out. Just this once. Let's make it like a tree and split. Now we're back to Atler Carbuteriumon. One of Heracles' Carbuteriumon's having deja vu. Wait a minute. The guy looks familiar. Training the new Beatamon up will be significantly less of a hassle than doing two at once. I don't think so. I ain't doing it. This isn't much better. Maybe if I went diagonally one tick earlier, we might have slipped past him, but I doubt it. Oh yeah, one Garurumon's one level higher there. I wonder if that's the case with the rare Garurumons. Wait, what am I doing? We can do this one. This is no issue. I'm guessing that one's the higher level. just completely pulled out of me bum. Could be either of them. Apparently, it was the other one, so I was wrong. Or he just happens to have a lower defense despite being a level higher. Could be either way. That's interesting. We were so ahead on experience, but we still couldn't manage to maintain 0 all the way to 22. If we had shifted back to RAM domain as soon as we evolved to Cobertariumon, probably would have done it because even like starting floor 1, you're already getting more experience than the first like 3 floors here in that one. If I recall correctly, Rosemon should be able to one-shot Florizamon with Soul Chopper. Apparently I did not recall correctly after all. Now I'm sad. At least he wasted his turn. Ice error. What? I was about to go on a localization rant again. And nobody wants that. Okay. Should probably do that just to be safe. I like how this Atla Cubitariumon's already pushing 250 HP and MP. Just out of the blue. So, why? Oh, well, I guess it gives me the chance to if Seedramon lives, good. Nope, 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 nope. Take your magic. That'll do, pig, that'll do. And now, business can pick up. A double scissor arm. You love to see it. And he's 2 levels away from next step. Yeah, we're not doing that one. Now, we of course have the same issue of he's going to be slower than Rosemon, but everything will be deja vu. Or, wait, was this always the case? Works for me. Curses. Foiled by the dead end. the one thing we didn't want to happen. The second thing we didn't want to happen. That's actually pretty decent for the young buck. Now do your job, lass. Actually hit this time. Toto didn't sing that song about you for nothing. Now, why did I? Why? Why do I do things? Funny thing is, I was pretty much moving that way to begin with. Ah, I hate it. That box better. Well, let me check if there's a box in this room before we go there. There is. Will you replace? Okay, I am satisfied. Come on. So you've been watching the Austin Powers films, I take it. Deltamon lived. Oh, you know, there's only two things in this world I can't stand: people that are intolerant of others' cultures, and the Dutch. Do we keep Night Raid or not? For now. Yeah, Night Raid is actually more expensive MP wise than even Scissor Arm. It's very interesting because all it brings is damage. quite good damage, but damage none. Oh, this is a party. It's my party. I'll die if I want to. Okay. Good job, everybody. We'll get them next time. I don't even know what to say. 107 damage, and that was an AoE. Like, there's a reason it costs 40 MP. It's pushing ultimate level. It is, it is. I forgot to check if one of these is higher level than the other. Oopsie. It's always interesting that tech that Giro on is vaccine. Meanwhile, Tekamon is Virus. You'll be seeing him. If not, might have already in the boss fight, come to think of it. Or maybe it's coming up. You still live. I'll let her finish. And actually, you're going to be. I could have used an interrupt so you could get Necromagic off and we could have ended it there. Oh well, hindsight and all that. That reminds me, she doesn't have an interrupt. Mm, I don't like it. There we go. That's the smooth. This one, not so much. So much smoother things go there with two scissor claw arms as opposed to one. I still hesitate to go over red acid swamps despite having the ties. Oh no, this is going to be a long, yeah, long way. Dark fear. Huh, he actually left the floor. I wasn't sure he would. Or rather, I had forgotten if he would or not. I suppose it makes sense. Skullgreymond's an aggressive lad. Doesn't afraid of anything. Except osteoporosis, maybe. Sure why I'm still conserving MP. I'm pretty sure this is the last fight we'll be doing this round. Because I think lad's about at 24. Which means we get to turn him into one blubbery boy. Yes. So 10k, 10,000 experience is enough to hit 24. Which means you're probably sitting around 14k at 26. Maybe closer to 25. Or 15 rather, not 25. I was looking at his actual level. Like his floating wings on his model there, instead of them actually being attached to him like they should. Ah, PlayStation 1. Gotta love it. Got to love it. Interestingly enough, Rosemont was one of the first ultimates introduced because she came in the very first Digimon manga she featured in, where a Vidramon, so Taichi from the first two seasons of the anime, and as well as Try and the reboot of it and all that, and then Kizuna. There's a different version of him in the manga where it's just him solo with a Vidramon instead of a Greymon as his partner. Which also meant Old Forest Vidramon predated a lot of the other royal guards. Or royal knights. Royal knights is more accurate. But yeah, the Rosemon was, she debuted in that manga, which means it was like War Greymon, Metal Greymon, and her when it comes to the chosen children's Digimon having their ultimate forms revealed at the time. Even though the anime only showed War Greymon and Metal Greymon until the reboot. Or maybe Try. I forget. I don't know. I've slept since then. Let's. Do we even want to try? No, that'd be silly. Although we will be needing him to step after this next, so can't put it off for forever. I think we have some junk we can sell. Yeah. Nothing to digivolve. Now, we can finally have a use for that Ikokumon. Ah, so we're going to have, pardon me, my nose is itching itself to death. And now, notice he's at DP3. Let's see. Why is that important? If we check the old resource here, you see that at DP 0 to 2, he becomes Tortomon. And Tortomon always becomes Zudomon. Not Waymon, but Zudomon. Which means if you end up with Gomamon, you have to have at least 3 DP so he can actually become Ikakumon. And then it needs to be less than 6 DP so he doesn't become Zudomon, so he actually becomes Waymon. The original way I had come up with this is where I started with the Kabuterimon line. I grabbed a Tentomon and then I merged him with just a rando wilds adult level that I could level to 20. And then that gave me a level 22 Atler Kabuterimon, so I got Hornbuster. And then I went into Gomamon. But then he was a DP2, so you'd actually have to use the DNA up chip, or you'd have to purchase a DNA up chip if you'd already used the one that you get from the Colosseum. So he'd actually become Ikakumon and then Waymon. But adding in the step of, oh, we can get Scissor Arm as well as Hornbuster if we just start with the Coagumon line first, gives us 1 extra DP, so we can bypass that. For once, I accidentally had a good idea. Can you believe it? No, I can't either. I can't either. What's funny is the level 14 Garurumon here will go to level 21, whereas the other one will stop at 20. That is the consequence of one of them being 14 and one being 13. Huh. Fingers crossed. Enough to one shot through the guard. That's I approve. This one could be a bit sketchy. About as well as that could have went, I suppose. Off. Why? Why must you do this? I trusted you. Oh, blast. I suppose that took care of my nose itching. I guess I need to aim Shellman to one shot, perhaps. You this way. Go away. Ah, you beauties. This is the one. This is the one. Convenient, just as much experience as the more sketchy fights around these floors. Less chance for making an oopsie and getting Gomamon got. I haven't. I'm not sure I ever will. Maybe someday. Oh, a toy Bart. That's pretty decent, actually. I knew where that was going, but yet I wasted EP on it and time. Anyway, Ah, my nemesis. This room. Replace me? Oh no. What a jip. I want my money back. You like the way they localized Deltamon's attack? It's supposed to be triple X force, but I guess just having an X in it was too much. So they had to turn it into triple force. Otherwise, their little Willie couldn't get hard or something. I don't know why they do what they do. Beats me. Bloody hell. Actually brain dead. Ah, this room. The bend over, here it comes room. Rosemont getting a bit lower on MP. Why didn't I just go down? Well, there's very likely a trap down there. I'll, wait a minute. That's who never hit. If I remember, I'll attempt to show her after the fight. If. Well, they've got it out for Rose. I feel like I'm being pranked. Why is he not dead yet? Okay, I need Dr. Animons actually. Good, good. Necro Magic. GIF. Everyone that argues against him saying GIF because, oh, it's not graphic interface, say, hey, you ought to go, you seem kind of pent up, you ought to go on vacation and go scuba diving. Wait, what's that? They don't say scuba? Why? It's underwater. It's it's not underwater. How strange. Almost like no one can keep a consistent thought about something to save their lives or something. This is the most stubborn Dark Tyrannomon I believe I've ever encountered. Guy just really loved life, apparently. He didn't want to give it up. Too bad. We've just discovered Gomamon hits like a wet noodle, even with the type advantage, so what's the point of just of even bothering with letting him use Baby Flame? I'm debating on using HP recovery for Rosemon. Actually, I'll just have her use Heaven's Heal instead. Instead, use Scissor Arm. Okay, since he's guarding, maybe he'll live and we'll be able to. That worked out well. That should just about seal this one. I don't know what I expected, really. She's got no eyes. It's a wonder she hits as well as she does. Well, neither of them have any eyes. That explains a lot. I may have explained all of my difficulties. Well, that is very rarely the case. Usually there's a hidden trap when there's an open slot like that. Hope you weren't getting tired of this fight, because there are more coming. We just need 3 fights to get Gomamon to Ikakumon, so we'll be able to move to the other domain, Ram domain. So it's not, I mentioned before, and hopefully maybe next stream, because I doubt we'll get that far this time, we'll be able to demonstrate what the glitch in bug domain. But just to reiterate, there's a there's a mistaken. Oh, come on. They accidentally didn't set a flag properly or something. I imagine it's similar to the Bios Greymon and how he keeps respawning until you actually clear the boss, because they set the "hey, stop appearing" flag for him to the boss instead of to the boss's defeat instead of to his defeat, which is why as long as you just keep autopiling it out after you fight him, you can just keep doing it indefinitely. Let's try this again. So there seems to be something similar going on here, where if you clear Ram domain first, you can just move on with the story without clearing bug domain, and the next domain's ROM domain. Now, I do think you need to finish the Colosseum to trigger that part of the story. Although that may be after ROM domain, I can't quite remember. It is coming up though, so do be aware of that. And afterwards, bug domain will be, well, bugged. It will always be lit up. And you'll be able to go through and fight all the bosses over and over. Not only that, but you'll be able to catch their Digimon, because they it breaks the flags that tells them to approach and initiate dialogue with you before the battle. So they'll just be sitting in a corner in their Digibeetle, like a wild Digimon would, but they won't move. And you can send gifts at them, specifically toy planes. You can send toy planes at them and then capture their Digimon, which aren't really any different from wild versions of the Digimon, except like their stats aren't really any different, other than their HP and MP, which are both hyper inflated because they're boss fights. So if you're say you're done with your DNA chain and you've got all your skills that you want, and now you're working on your stats, you can kind of cheat your HP and MP up by catching some of those boss Digimon to mix with your already skilled up, the ones that already have the techniques you want to pump their HP and MP up quickly. And then that way, you only have to buy attack, defense, and speed chips. Buy/find attack, speed, and defense chips to try and max their stats out. The more you know. But also, Ram Domain is actually bugged too. Specifically, one encounter in it is bugged with, I believe it's Commander Damien, where he will do the same thing even though the domain's cleared. He will remain, and you can return to that floor, which I think is floor 12. I wouldn't swear to it, but I think it's floor 12 that he appears on. And you can catch his Digimon in there too. So you have basically two domains of boss fights that you can catch boss level Digimon from. Fun in a bun. That wasn't very fun. Mr. No Eye strikes again. A lot of people call it the Boltmon glitch because, for whatever reason, people that first discovered at least that aspect of it used it to catch Boltmon, which, fair enough, I suppose. Let's try this again. He decided to see this time. Okay. That's disappointing. So he was going to raise defense. The twat. Just guard. Just guard. Hey, let's change Meteor Storm into Meteor Stream. Maybe they should just, I don't know, rope themselves or something. Save the rest of us the bloody trouble. Localizers never even once. They kept Thunder Ray the same, at least. I will come through the screen at you, young man. Don't you even. Don't you even. I'd rather do the Skull Greymon fight again if I can help it. Doesn't appear that I can, though. Those kind of rooms without a trap in them is very unusual. Ouch. That's even extra sketchy. Where's the way out of here? I guess it's up. That could have been. Oh no. Don't. You're lucky that I only need one fight to main. Otherwise, I would be very cross. Very cross. I've expected him to get up. Attack and defense are both approximately 10 points higher than they were as Kabuter or as Tentomon. So that's interesting to know. Speed's about the same. See, I you can now see the issue with speed. It just basically gets stuck and stays mostly the same on all of them, more or less. I suppose it's a little theoretically better because again the insects have better speed growth. So the fact that Gomamon, who does not have high speed growth, is matching at the same level is something, I guess. Yay. Ah, Ikakumon. One fluffy lad. Let's actually transfer these pot fixes. I suppose I can keep those. I'll sell the Inferno. Actually, how much does it cost to upgrade your cannons again? I second guessed myself again. I actually went to the right guy for once, and I still second guessed myself. That wasn't so bad, I suppose. I'm curious though, sir. Yeah, going. It would be 400 HP. I will go ahead and tell you there's one more engine um, that you can purchase right before heading into the final boss. I believe it's. Is it the Mammoth engine? Something like that. That gives you 4,000 HP at level 1. But I'm not too fussed about getting it because after you clear the story in the post game, you'll be able to get the ultimate Digibeetle parts, which are all automatically fully upgraded, and they're also free. How about that? Free. We like free, don't we? So basically, I'm not too fussed about buying 800 more HP when we're about to get significantly more in, in from one dungeon clear, basically. All right, go ahead and save again. When what a wild squirrel playing on the electric line to bugger us over, would we? Now, hopefully, this lad is stout enough to survive. Oh no. We could have gotten you in the other domain. Come on now. You can beat this. So there's one of these layouts instead. These invisible mines are about on my lost nerve. That one was awkward because some of them were diagonals and some of them were straight. It was weird. Normally it basically just mixes up your diagonals with your off diagonal directions, but not in this case. We'll guard with him until he at least starts getting his adult level techniques. Theoretically. I'm hesitant to use Scissor Arm on twice though. That is a lot of MP. I'll see if you just use, well, regular Scissor Arm, perhaps. Harpoon Vulcan, Necro Magic. Scissor Arm will be next level, presumably. Oh, it's the other Skull Greymon spawn. Look at that lad missing. Could you imagine missing? Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Well, I must say I'm genuinely surprised that I don't like this Fuzzball. He makes me sad. He ruins my joke from like 2 turns ago. I think I hate him. I might kill him. Not quite enough. Let's see here. Just to give us an opportunity for some good old fashioned necro magic. See, scissor arm. Now, business can return to picking up. It's weird that we didn't also learn Mega Flame that level. There's probably another room up top somewhere, but I don't know. There also may not be. Come get some, lads. Don't particularly appreciate this floor pattern for it, but these shadow effects are. I will use Soul Chopper. Soul Chopper will get a boost from the shadow, the darkness floor. It's gonna be calling it shadow floor. I really wish you wouldn't. You know what? I don't think this is going to be a very good turn. I don't think it's going to. No, didn't think so. The miss really buggered us there. Also, that's two misses in two fights, lad. You're on thin ice. I'll ship you to a farm upstate. Don't you ever doubt it. I think we can relax and say we've got it now, though. Unless you do that. That was respectable damage. We take those. That was pathetic. And there it is. Let's move the baby flame down. Oh no. Legitimately puzzled by how I missed so much. I mean, it happens. They miss from time to time, but this consistently is because there's no stat that controls it. It's completely random. It's not like tied to say speed or something like I've seen in other games. At least we have one scissor arm off on Scogliema. You and your bloody guarding, you twats. Wait a minute. You were supposed to cap at it. I guess he caps at 36. Huh. Speaking of, what level did you get to? 15, okay. 6 more. Hope you love your Digimon. You're going to be seeing a lot of him. You can miss all you like, love, but you'll never make me dislike Soul Chopper. It's too good of an attack. Congratulations, you fire-breathing walrus, you. What a trooper. It's going to take forever and a day for the other one to get to us if I just stay still, so after this I will probably just move towards him. It's nearly pretty much all the. So I have 3 other hacks that we could that I'll be doing playthroughs through eventually. Alternative probably being the last one because it's the one that's completely different. So I'd have to completely start from scratch with routing stuff out and stuff. But the other is faithful, but the faithful is for it actually properly translates the moves as well as doing some minor changes. It's not it's fairly close to this one, so it's mostly vanilla, but it does have a few changes. Like it's changed some attacks and fixed some of them, made some other ones a little more useful, things like that. But it's also properly translated or properly given them names, the technique names, as well as giving you the actual names of the Digimon instead of the laughable localized versions. I don't want to do this. I suppose the same as usual. Now that I'm looking at it, I probably should have used Heaven's Heal with him to get Rosemon on out. She's getting a bit low somehow. Nothing else to do there. Yeah, so there's the Faithful one, which is mostly vanilla with some minor changes to some techniques and fixing names and technique names. Uh, Although, to my annoyance, it did not fix Gold Hawk and make it Silver Cross like it's supposed to be. So that still bugs me, but whatever. Uh, I think the remaining two both do that. One of them definitely does. It even changes the emblem back the way it's supposed to be. You'll have to see it. And then Resurrection's the one that's least paired of. It's one only I myself just discovered like I don't know a couple weeks ago, if that. Uh, and it changes quite a bit, but not as much as Alternative. So it's like an in between. So I feel like there's a pretty good bunch of little ROM hacks for you for this game, depending on how vanilla you want it. You can also just raw dog it vanilla, and that's fine too. It wouldn't be too awful much different from the version I'm playing though. You won't be able to purchase stat up chips and DNA up chips and DNA down chips. Those aren't purchasable. You have to. Uh, there are certain domains whose treasure floors have a relatively high spawn rate for them. You have to farm them that way, and it can take a bit. I won't lie to you; it can take a bit to because again, you only get 1 to 3 points per chip. Now with save states, you can guarantee the 3 points, which does help a lot. You can also guarantee that you actually get the chips every time you go to the domain, but the treasure floors is on like floor 12 or 14, leaning towards like 14 deep into the domain, which takes some time to get through, even if you're skipping fights and just going to the uh, boogieing to the floor panel. Also, I don't think I've explicitly said this, but if you interrupt an ability, if you pay attention to the levels of HP and any status effects, you can actually see who the attack was targeting and then decide whether you want to actually interrupt it or not. To my knowledge, no one's figured out if that's actually intended or not, or if it's another bug, but it is something you can do. You might have noticed me doing it. Oh, come on. You might have noticed me doing it anytime there's an attack that can confuse, to see if it's actually going to confuse anyone and other such things. But I had explicitly called it out that that's what I was doing, I suppose. So there it is. You know, sometimes it just do be like that. Sometimes your little strange dominatrix flower lady that doesn't have eyes just can't see anything. It just happens. I wonder if this is the dominatrix Cleo courted. I'm not sure if they would explain things or not. It's very unlikely that there's a bug nest where it is, especially if... Okay, there's the floor panel. I was about to say, now here's a good fight. Good experience. Pump those numbers up. Right. Yeah, see, there's better experience here. We're already past the threshold for level 21. One level before the Kabuterimon did earlier. So I figured his movement out. Sometimes he does, sometimes he don't. I don't know. Who can say? The Fantmon does as he pleases. How dare you use my own spells against me? You know, I would have liked that to have... oh no. Oh no. Now see, that's bull. That's absolutely bollocks. There's no way that it should blank out both of them. It should do Rose Spear, yes, but it should not do Soul Chopper too. Also, that kind of thing does not work on opposing Digimon, by the way. Doesn't work on wild Digimon, don't work on bosses. So these kind of techniques are only just to annoy you. It's a bit like Confusion, but Confusion does at least work on non-boss wild Digimon. Same as Poison and Paralysis. Poison might work on boss Digimon, but I'm not sure about Paralysis. Maybe it. I don't think it does. Confusion definitely doesn't. I'll just go ahead and tell you that at least. Whatever. I guess we're biting the pillar here. He got up. Cherry bomb. See, I would use a nice, solid AoE attack with Heracles Carbuterium if he had one. Rude. See, I don't know if you noticed there, but he was going to lower the motivation of Heracles Carbuterium on there, which would have just been delightful, truly. Another power disc. So that's level 19, correct? So 2 more. Nah, we're sorry, lad. It was fun while it lasted, but we're moving on to... Okay, just any... Was it something I said? We could have worked that out. You didn't have to leave that quick. If had feelings, they would have hurt them. Now we need to move up to higher tiers of experience, like the Phantom fights, to hopefully because we have to get to 26, and we had already getting to 22 is essentially free. So where am I even going anymore? Well, bugger. Guess we're running away from this fight after all. That's my favorite. It's so silly. Okay, this room will do it. Theoretically. Alright, back to talking about the other ROM hacks. Resurrection does so it changes just about every technique in the game. It changes quite a few of them. Ah, no. Wait. Huh? Whatever, we're doing two fights, so I'm just going to go ahead and scissor arm again. I'm going to Heaven's Heal because I can. It also does this really neat thing where it changes the UI a bit. It makes it a little flashier. Like you see these blue border backgrounds on the where a name is and the level and the Digimon name and information is. It makes ours well. It makes them all sort of transparent, and it makes ours green and the enemy one's red. Just I don't know, splash of color. Also seem to add some new particle effects to see this works appropriately. It only glitches out the one technique. Well, no, it never mind. It budgeted that one too. I don't know. Who knows? Weird is weird. Weird is weird. Also, why Fairy Tail and not Genocide Attack? I think they're the same tier damage wise, so that's probably not it. Who knows? So the thing about the motivation dam that's the most annoying is that even if you say use the healing item for it, you still can't use the technique that turn because it hasn't been because it won't even let you select the move until the healing item goes off. So what's likely to happen, and has happened to me in the past, is I've went to cleanse it and then immediately got hit by a move that gave it right back to me. So I just wasted an item for nothing. It's I would say it's the most annoying status abnormality in the game. Confusion is the most dangerous, yes, but it's the most annoying. And then alternative changes the most. It basically completely rewrites the story. It completely reworks all the digivolutions and the way DNAing works. Because so right now in this game, and as far as I know, every other hack. So in the base game, and then as far as I know, every other hack that is an alternative. Um, the order you select which Digimon you're DNAing with doesn't matter. It'll result into the same child either way. But in an alternative, um, you have two options depending on which we'll say parent you select first. So you have two options of what to go into between a single pair and stuff like that. And all of them except this one fix the dead end evolution lines, which is nice. Like it's inexplicable to me that Megadramon and Gigadramon could can't just turn into Mugendramon. It's obvious that that's where they would go. Why do they just stop? Mugendramon is in the game. Why is it only Skull Greymon that becomes him? Just don't know. Okay, that's done. Now the big question is, there's no way he's going to get 31 HP. We'll just have to take him to one of the mid-tier domains, get him on up to 16. It's really nothing major. Also, after you clear the game, it's either after you clear the game or after you clear the Coliseum and are given permission to go take on the final boss. You can then get a pass that lets you go into all three of the guard squads. So you can buy just the specific level A gifts for each type then. Which would be useful if you couldn't already get toy planes from Device Dorm and File Island. But I don't know. The item progression in the game, the way things unlock, really could have used another once over before release, if you ask me. But it's fine. Again, once you get toy planes, you don't need anything else. Naturally, they can be expensive if you're blitzing through the game, like we were doing before we stopped to grind here. But one blubbery lad. But as you can see, it really doesn't take all that long just to do each of these individual steps like this. We're already on the, well, the next one will be the penultimate, at least of what I plan to do with this one, because I'm still trying to efficiently get through the game for you. No, we want to, what was it, floor 3, maybe 4? We'll get to that tier of enemy and then resume fighting. That's convenient. There we are. But yeah, other stuff like Scamon and Platinum Scamon. No, Platinum Scamon can go to Vademon. So, okay. When it comes to inclusions in the game, it's very strange. So I actually, and to the best of my ability after Lost Stream, because I had brought it up, went looking around to see if I could find an ultimate that could have filled in for like the all these data type dinosaur, dino slash dragon Digimon, and I did not find one, so they would have had to have come up with something else. To be fair to them, it is so strange that it took that long, because Rust Tyrannomon is an obvious one, but Rust Tyrannomon did not come out until 2013 or 2014. I forget which one. I think 14, actually. It's weird that, because as I mentioned, Tyrannomon was the first Digimon that they ever designed. Um, so it's strange that it took that long to get an ultimate for him. Almost 20 years. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely certain who I targeted with. Okay. That was correct. This is not. It is strange she didn't act first, considering she's confused, but I don't know. Oh, also, there's this. I'll do it just because she can kill Waymon if I'm not careful. He's so slow to get up. For a second there, I thought, wait, he had more HP than that, didn't he? But back on schedule. So it's weird Vademon did not get his ultimate in the game, because Ebimon did exist. Vademon was actually one of the first Digimon designed as well. But Ebimon uh, came out like a year later, was designed, which was at least 2 years before this game would have started development, because that was 2 years before Digimon World 1 came out. So, what gives? I don't understand why he's not in the game. Also, Black War Greymon did in fact predate the release of this game. Now it it would have been late '99, early 2000, and again 2000 is when Digimon World 1 came out, and This came out 1 year later, but when development on it would have started, pre- presumably it would have been after one's release, and it being rushed out is explains the bugs and stuff. Um, but I don't know. So Black War Greymon could have been in the game, I believe. Maybe they did hold it off though because he was going to show up in the anime later in the year. So they wanted to hold him back until then. That honestly, that's probably exactly what happened. All of my hate, all of it. Wasted that. Oh, no killer like overkill. See, we almost got him to 23 without um, having to do an extra fight. Just need to get to this tier of enemies a little quicker. But now that I know that aim for floor 3 once you get them to adult stage. Okay, I see you, game. I see you. Let's see. I'm trying to remember because there was. I'm trying to remember because there were others as well that were added at the time that could have been added to give evolutions, but now I'm drawing a blank on what they were. Oh, here's one that slipped by. It's only a year or two old. Is Raremon. They finally gave him an actual perfect tier evolution. So that one, I guess, is understandable because obviously, but he still could have become Garbage Mon. As for Garbage Mon, well, the Datamon's an option, or Metal Etamon, I guess. I don't know because of the banana on his head. Yeah, I should have just guarded with him so she could get necro magic off. Let's see. He 26 is what he needs to go to, so we need 3 more levels. If he could consistently get fast enough to act before the wild perfects, then I could swap Rosemon out for the Betamon for some of the floor 1 fights, and then like Duo Scissor and Tidal Wave in the first wave, so damage gets weakened as well as defense. And maybe he can survive a bit better. But I don't know, it'll be sketch. It would be sketch. Oh, another toy Bart. Another dead end. I swear this happened earlier. It did happen earlier, right? I'm not that crazy, am I? Ah, empty floor. Like me noggin. What's in there? Instantly, if you couldn't quite make out what Garbage Mon's attack name is, it's Poop Bazooka, which is quite funny. I'm going to say nothing. I'm going to say nothing. I'm just going to let it ride. Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. He sacks over Garbage Mon fairly consistently, so he's getting there. See, sometimes he moves, sometimes he don't. Who can make heads or tails of it? Not I. Ah, you wound me, sir. Not as bad as getting her damage lowered like this is going to hurt me. Fine, I'll do this then. Take my ball and go around. Huh. Might have just had an epiphany. I'll keep it for now, but there won't be any reason for it. Let's see. I have a thought. That's right, another thought. Okay, so if we go to ARE skills, Holy Blast will be 80 MP for 45 power. So 80 MP. Now what was Nitrate again? 40 MP for 30 power. And Darkness versus Neutral. But 15 AP is significant though. Yes, it's double MP, but that's where Necromagic comes in. Sorry. I mean, you've seen what Rosemon's AoE skill does, and it's only 5 AP more than Nitrate is. Imagine it being an extra 10 on top of that. I'm going to say if I go east, there will be another fight. There may not be, but. Oh, and you didn't believe me. You doubted. Don't lie. You know what? Let's just do that. Let's just do that. But why? What happened? Was the gleam off of Waymon's bald noggin too much for you? Is that what it was? Same, honestly. That's Arm and Hammer for you. It does the job. Don't you ever doubt it. Incidentally, that attack is supposed to be called variable darts. Now, I'm not certain why it's called that, but that is the original name. Huh. Okay, yeah, spin them then. Also, I'm not sure I mentioned it before, but if you want the AoE version of the attack that lowers the enemy speed, you get that from Marine Digimon, who might start appearing later in this domain. I actually think he does. Possibly. Ah, disappointment. Well, it's not a return bug at least. EP bug. Let's see if I get payback for the last one being kind. Okay, there are more fights, and we still need 2 levels. So. Okay, that wasn't so bad. How about in here? Oh wow, 1 in each room. What did we do to deserve this? Ah, it's the better fight too. We don't have to worry about any of the usual nonsense. No confusion and no weakening Rosemon's damage. Right, that's AoE. I feel like I rarely see Datamon. That's so close to another level. With 585 experience, now that is the ticket. This is that good stuff. Honestly, might just try to get here from now on, because that wasn't bad at all. Ah, I jinxed it. It's these twats again. Because you now he can't guard and recover MP. Ah, errors were made. Oh, we'll KO Etimon. Wait, they have 2 interrupts, as well as a Akugumon. And then Waymon's going to level after this. So we'll just Necromagic and guard with Waymon. Good, good stuff. One last level. Just 1678 EXP, and we'll be on to Well, we'll need to level this lad finally. No shooter gun. See, we're doing essentially double damage of what we were at cannon level 1. So the upgrade is not exactly worth it, as you can see. If early game, it would have been amazing, but you can't even purchase the Z cannon until you get to File Island. And by that point, what good is double, or what good is even like 20 extra damage for an item that costs uh, a moderate chunk of change at the time? So I'm going to no. I'm going to guard. I'm going to Heaven's Heal. And I'm going to use you to take down Kuramon. I swear we need to try to get Necromagic on Heracles Kabuterium. Oh, we'll I'll interrogate that option a little more once we finish with what we're going to do with this Metal Greymon. The sad fact is, it's not out of the question that some dingus is liable to see Waymon and think exactly that. It's funny because when Waymon was first designed, and again, he was one of the first ones, um, he was at adult level, and then they made a perfect tier level of him as well. It's just one of those strange things where there's two of him. No, we're good. Divermon. That one would have been an interesting one to have. He was obviously a thing before this game came out. Now, he's perfect tier, so he wouldn't have added a new ultimate to get to or anything like that, but Daemon was an option. But I think he was also being held back for the anime, even though he winded up not really doing anything in the season 2 of the anime. So it's just like that Dark Ocean stuff was just completely untouched upon, which was a shame because that was some intriguing stuff there. Must you stop, please, with these invisible bloody hell? Ah, well, this is awkward because this is a boss floor. Luckily, we don't have to go that far because 2 fights will do us. All gas, no brakes. That was less damage than I would have liked. This should make up for it, though. Maybe not. Wish you wouldn't. I'm going to heal again. Feeling a bit unprotected. A bit naked, even. I even got pants on this time. Not quite enough to knock them over. But shadow side do work. Soul Chopper. So funny how the voice line changes on the recast. Okay, one more. So it just stopped moving. Honestly, taking him down wouldn't be the most egregious of all of things. Not quite. Joke's on you. I'm not going to even bother attacking with her again. I'm just going to attack with those two. Alright. Who wants to level up a Vitamon? So he wound up with roughly the same attack as the Atla Kabuterimon, but with more defense. About 10 extra points of defense. Roughly the same speed as well. So there's that. I know we kept stepping on mines. So painful. Fix. Don't need that. I'm trying to think. Let's see. I will need to capture a wild metal Seedramon at some point, as well as a Skull Greymon. And then those will be to demonstrate the final two trades. Or I could just not bother and just, since I've mentioned them multiple times, hopefully you should be aware the trades are available. But Actually, I dare say this will be even quicker because we just double scissor arm, and bye bye go the baddies. Okay, we don't want to do this virus. Was it floor 6 when the Digimon started appearing? I suppose this will do to get our feet wet, so to speak. Also, we could probably just do those fights over and over all the way until the 16. Not even bother with the higher floors. It's really not all that difficult to get to the mid-teens. Now these are garbage fights, we won't do that. Glad he got 11 points of HP from one level up. Hopefully that keeps up. Because he started rather lower. Far lower than he should have. I'm curious if this is more or less experienced than the other version of this fight. Bit concerned about the damage there. We should be okay, yeah. It's roughly the same. The other one was 154, so the other one is in fact better, but only just. And only because this hack added Shugamon in. Oh, it'll be about time for a sip of water. Should be lots of goodies. Yeah, maybe not. Honestly, this fight's an easy one round. They're both vaccines, as you can see. DED, bed. I just hope our MP lasts long enough to get this lad to 11. This is actually good if the guarding one survives. We'll waste some time getting good. We'll guard and necromagic a couple turns. Might even use Beatamon to finish him off. Never mind. You know what? I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. See, never punished. 33 is pretty respectable at level 5. That's a pretty okay flow. that's not really any better experience. It's just a more potentially annoying fight. Honestly, sort of ditto for that one. We'll go to floor 5. Let's get to the 190s. I want to make sure getting to 16s as painless as possible. Well, it is what it is. Just guard, lad. I don't know. I don't know what state they're going to be in after this round. Thunder Cloud. So we have this attack. It's called Drill Spin. But we decided that's not flashy enough, so we added the word iron in front of it for no reason. So we have this attack called Thunder Cloud. But we changed it to Thunder Javelin, despite the fact that there's another attack already called Thunder Javelin. Why? I don't know. Eh, 189. I suppose that's fair enough, experience-wise. Ah, down the floor panel. And 2 fights. Which will also get us... Uh, I'll do it, but I ain't gonna like it. Luckily, it's still pretty solid damage. Yeah, it's as expected. Hoisted by his own petard, as it were. 3 more fights. And then 5 more. See, that's why you should have interrupted, lad. Glad you didn't, but you should have. Huh. You know, it occurs to me the domain where we fought Monster Tyrannomon is populated with these kind of fights. And it's really quick, just 2 floors. And that wouldn't be a bad place to train. In fact, I recall doing so in the past. Now that I bring it up. Huh. I'm not sure why I'm so worried about MP. I've got 1 more fight after this one before we exit, stage left. And yet I persist. Oh, that's just trolling. I thought it'd be a Tyrannomon again. You know the drill, make sure Pitomon don't wake back up. That wasn't bad at all. Alright, nature versus water. And now I'm puzzled. Anyway, Betamon can evolve now. I do like Dark Tyrannomon quite a bit. Of course, to get to the domain I mentioned, we'd have to go back to File Island. So there is a bit of a question of if that's even worth bothering with or not. Well, yeah, because once he gets 16, we'll be merging them together and into Agumon, and then we can raise him to 11 in that domain, and then we can go over to this. Something like that. There was a very slight hesitation there, and I thought, oh, did he not interrupt? Ah, how naive. If only. Just wait till he learns Fire Blast. Your iris is your grass. It's all be all over then. We'll let you polish. Hold on. Might as well do the one that does more damage first, in case somehow he's faster than Black Tyrannomon. Hey, look, Fire Blast. There. Okay. He's in fact still faster. Three more. Unless I've horrifically, horrendously, laughably miscalculated experience amount. Not out of the question. The only reason he didn't die with them is because it's a nature specialty for Chike. Right. This will be it. Unless something goes horrendously wrong. Which again, not out of the question. That's pretty good damage. Fire floor, you say? Don't mind if I do. And that is one well done Digimon. Look at that 92 attack. That's solid stuff. 84 defense. Speeds, whatever. Attack and or HP and MP are quite respectable too. Normally that's around level 20 amount. Almost 200k bits. Should we waste it all on that engine now? How about no? Just about did it again. Just about. Just about gone and did it again. Alright. But here goes. We are on the penultimate step. "70 attack, 70 defense at level 1. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Also need to remember that we need to level this Holy Angemon up once, at least once, before combining him with the Metal Greymon that we'll have here. Honestly, yeah, once Agumon becomes level 22 and hopefully gets Scissor Arm again, we'll swap in Holy Angemon and then level them together until he caps out at 29. Which reminds me, yeah, what is this with power discs? I mean, I guess I appreciate it. Maybe. Also, I could just use Agumon to take him down. Also, probably should have. Nope, 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 nope. Might be a mistake, but we'll find out pretty shortly. Okay. Huh. Legitimately confused. I swear her soul chopper damage is not remotely consistent in this fight, and I don't understand why. Do not understand. Don't want to give me something nice. That's fine. I say as if, well, we might. It depends. Again, I'm still debating doing something sketchy with this lad. And I would like to get an interrupt on this one. Now there's a fight I quite like. Shadow Side will do it. Well, incidentally, if you were curious what they say on the recast of Soul Chopper, it's Moto, so more Soul Chopper. Why they had someone else voice that line, then voice the initial Soul Chopper line, I don't understand, but it is amusing. Or I don't know, maybe I'm easily amused, but it amuses me. Huh. Are you one of those empty flyers, or will there actually be fights to be had? I'll check. Okay, I see how it is. I chose poorly. Okay, both Weregarurumon are the same level. I was curious about that before. What level are we at? Too far. Alright. Come on. 7 fights. That's. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. Could you not, please? Okay, that one's fine. My goodness. Uh, as long as she doesn't miss. Come on, Moto Show Chopper. There we go. How much experience does this fight give? For some reason, I didn't even look there. I do need to be careful about using the Rose Spear. She's so close to just one-shotting that Giromon. You hate to see it. Oops. See, if he had an AoE, I would use it here to polish them off. But because she needs to regain MP. However, I suppose uh, that's all right. I'm sure I deserve that. I lost my train of thoughts. We'll try to set up a way for her to regain MP next fight. Maybe. Hmm. Success. So now we just guard, necromagic, guard. We'll use necromagic twice for her. Although this is a rather stout attack to have left up and given free shots on us. Oh well, he gets one more. But then he's had enough. I'm cutting him off. Yeah, he doesn't have to go home, but he can't stay here. Just in case. Don't trust anything, ever. Okay. 348. All right, I forgot I was supposed to be paying attention to how much the Giromon Double Wear Garurumon fight gave, but I didn't. Don't suppose you happen to notice? Luckily, there's this one, as long as I remember. See, this way the Baby Flame should finish off the Giromon, meaning she'll be able to Necro Magic next turn. Ouch! That's a bit stouter than I would like. Ooh. Joke's on you. We didn't raise no quitter. I tell you what, I will Thunder A you. Necro Magic Guard. Because one can definitely not kill through a guard, hopefully. So I'll go with coloration there, and I thought, you tried, didn't you? You sure did. But he didn't. $369, that's, okay, so that's better than the Pumpmon fight. Well, that makes sense, because this is triple perfects, whereas that's one perfect and two adults. What level is that again? 8. Yes. 8. I'm glad that left pretty quickly. Although, well, I don't know. Who knows what we'll need money for? Ah, our old friend. Just happened to notice how sketchy HP amount is becoming. Might want to look into that. Why I'm attacking with him, I don't know. He's not really going to do anything. I guess it will be curious to see just how much it increases his attack. Because what was that, 23 damage? So Megadramon's attack is Genocide attack. Gigadramon's attack is Genocide gear. Okay, that was pretty respectable jump. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I did it. Two more. Two more. Two more. So you notice how we haven't found the floor panel yet? Do you want to take a crack where it is? All the way in the southwest. Most likely. There's nothing amusing about seeing the little child level Digimon just take it to perfect level ones. Because he actually does more damage to them than they do to him, individually at least. What a little trooper. And now, I suppose it's possible there's a room uh, in that blank spot towards the center of the right half, but wouldn't swear to it. What all have we picked up? I don't know. Also, we need to get rid of these mag missile level 3s. They're completely worthless now. Can't say I'm much interested in the Kabuterimon fight. See, the issue with that one is Heracles Kabuterimon's damage is going to be nerfed. Ah, Old Faithful. Can always count on them. This is the last one of this trip, so we'll just go all out. Just this once. Sorry, OG-son. Tour tank. That's just a sea level gift. And yet. Alright, we're finished here. Unless we wanted to start on him. But I don't. Not yet. We still need 11 more levels on this lad before we do. That's right. Look at that. He's already 91 attack, 95 defense. He's already almost as strong as the Waymon was at 26. I'm telling you, those Buta Domain Digimon are really good for pumping your stats up. Now, naturally, if we kept DNAing. Like, for example, we'll only do it once more. Um, let's see. Well, let's just look at this. He's already got better stats, with the exception of speed, than this wild holy Angemon. So, is what it is. Let me actually check something right quick. Yeah, I'll let you witness me wasting my time, potentially wasting my time. Okay, so let's see. No, okay, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see if you could get to clear Agumon from Dark Tyrannomon. Okay, what about uh, can Nanimon get to? He can. Okay. The issue is, so you could just catch a Gazimon from there and then raise it up to a level 14 Nanimon. But the issue is you couldn't catch, say, two and then combine them because you would get Pico Devimon. Wait a minute. Hold on. Which would turn into Ice Devimon. Can Ice Devimon? He should be able to, surely. Okay, okay. He can, in fact, go into Clear Agumon with any of the angels or even the Leomon line. So basically, the Clear Agumon or Toy Agumon line combined with the Pico Devimon line will get you back to Clear Agumon. So what you could do is take two Gizamon, or two Gazimon rather, from boot to main, or a Gazimon and a Gizamon, and you'll get a. Well, hold on. So this will get you Bakemon at 16. This is actually how you start most of my little, actually all of my little power recipes. Let's see if, okay. Yeah, so you could do either one. You could do either one. Let me think. So what you would do is you would you'd have a level 16 Bakemon, and then you can catch a wild Angemon would work because he would cap at level 19, and as long as the Bakemon was level 16, you would get 3 levels from combining them. So you would have a level 22 Holy Angemon. In fact, so level 22, that'll add 4 levels. This, I may actually do that. I tell you what, just as an experiment, just as an experiment, I'm going to essentially make a save before DN. Okay, this is the last of at least this bit of grinding I'll show on stream. I'll get, uh, well, I'm going to attempt to get this slab to 22 before the stream's over, and then from there I will max out the wild holy Angemon. But then off stream over the weekend, I will combine the I will make a save before doing so, and then I will combine um, the wild holy Angemon with the capped out level 29 Metal Greymon. And then on the other save, I will do what I was coming up with there, which is catch a Gazimon and a Gizimon, level them up, merge them together, end up with a level 16 Bakemon, and then combine that with a wild Angemon. That's a level 19 to create a level 22 Holy Angemon with what should be higher stats, and then I'll combine that with the Metal Greymon, and I'll get it to its level cap, and then I will show you the difference. So yeah, that'll. Or I could just. I could do that all this stream. I could. I'd hate to, but there are cheats for the game. I could, I suppose, make it to where they'll level up after every fight, so I could automatically match the levels, or match the levels really quickly. We're pretty much doing that anyway, I suppose. I don't know. I'd wanted to do it old-fashioned way. That's what I've done everything else, but I don't know. I'm pretty confident that the second one, the one that mixed with the Holy Angemon that I actually made myself instead of the wild one, will have higher stats. And for that matter, huh? Oh yeah, that would work. Now, ultimately, this is just a thing to get a better start, because again, you can grind for stat chips, and in at least this hack, and I'm pretty sure at least most of the other ones, at some point you'll be able to just purchase the stat up chips. There I go. Not. I'll keep the power discs just in case someone that doesn't have an interrupt gets confused again. Now we go to the other domain, and then we go to floor 3, where we continue our grinds with better experience, theoretically. We do have to be careful though, because what was it? We'd have floor 3, but by floor 7, We enter a boss room, which, don't get me wrong, we could probably just go ahead and do, but it's the principle of the thing, darn it. I can't in good conscience progress story uh, when there's grinding to do. Not the best of starts. Uh, no, there's no getting around this lad. He started too close to us. I suppose we wouldn't be remiss if we went ahead and did one fight to get him to hopefully scissor arm back, even though it's less experience than we would like. No, next, yeah, I'm okay with that. To that point where we don't want to really clog up our move list with child tier techniques anymore, if we can help it. Ah, that's unlucky. Where are the Okuwamon? I know you're in here. Where are they? Where are you hiding them? You're hiding your Okuwamon under your floorboards, are you not? That works too. G'day, lad. Care to die for me? Be much appreciated, honestly. You know, that just figures. That just figures. That just hurts. Uh, I'm going to say this is going to not be enough. No, not even remotely. I feel like somehow that lowers the stats more than even Tidal Wave and Scissor Arm do. Scissor Arm On do. I suppose I could check. I could. I will. While these attack animations are playing out. Let's see. Okay. Oh, Okay, so as you see here, it's 20%. They're all 20% per stack, just like Scissor Arm Om and Tidal Wave are, and their adult tier equivalents. So no, it's the same. It's the same. Did he miss Fire Blast? Or did he really just do that little damage? Because I have concerns. For the sake of my sanity, I'll just pretend he missed, if nothing else. No, he's got 90 attack. There's no way he should do that little damage. Something weird happened. For certain. Okay, there we go. That looks okay to me. Be funny if wild Digimon could step on the mines and blow themselves up and take like, I don't know, 20% HP damage or even 10%. Just as, for flavor. Flavor. Alright. Water. I could use it. No disregarded, but our motivation didn't return. It is what it is. I've expected him to learn some other skill there, even though I knew he had them all. That would have been weird. Yeah, if you could somehow get. Well, well, I suppose if you did monotype run, I already mentioned using the trade Digimon just as DNA fodder to keep, so you could, like, thanks to Vamdemon, you would acquire a heal for Virus, for example, when normally uh, the only heal you would have is the drain from Woodmon's technique, Bronze Drain. So, I suppose one thing you could do, for example, for Virus, it would be really nice to have Digitamamon's technique, which weakens vaccines. So, what if I figure you could catch a Digitama and then just immediately DNA it with one of your actual Virus types, because the result will still be Virus, because again, the data or data crossed with Virus makes Virus, because the advantage triangle, that would be a way to get them. Huh. I think that would be a fine thing that's to do, because, for example, Varys still couldn't get like Heaven's Heal or something like that, because those all come from vaccine types, and you can't they couldn't DNA with them because they wouldn't be a Varys type anymore. So yeah, I guess you can only use the monotype, whichever type of playthrough you're doing in combat. Um, and any DNAs you do have to result in that same type as well. So you couldn't say cheese it by saying, "Oh, I'll capture a wild holy angemon, mix it with a data type." And, well, you still couldn't. No, that wouldn't work anyway, because you would lose Heaven's Heal because you couldn't raise the data type adult back up to perfect. Yeah, yeah, I guess that would work out pretty well. So just you can only use the monotype in combat, but you can DNA with the type it's strong against. Let's I No, that would actually help data a great deal, actually, because then you would get heals, and you could get actually good attacks. So, I don't know. I guess I would just have to try monotype playthroughs and like practice runs just to see how rough they are. I'm sure Vaccine and Virus would be fine even without using uh, the trade ones. Okay, I'm going to bank on him not one-shotting X Tyrannomon here. Good. Good, good, good. Calculated even. Vaccine would be helped, or rather, Virus would be helped the least from that, because again, there's really nothing data provides other than maybe armored carting and smiley warhead. You could get an early necromagic from Wizardmon, but here's the thing: you can start my little power recipe and just get necromagic naturally in like 3 very quick steps. So not only that, but you get Soul Chopper as well because you go all the way to Phantom one. I wish I paid attention to what level he's at. 15. Okay. Getting about time for heals again. Good, he attacked instead of weakening poor little Rosemon. So we're going to HP recovery. Yeah, yeah, we'll heavens heal with you. Oh yeah, you see the little translucent green here? That's basically what the resurrection ROM hack makes your side of the battle UI look like. And then the enemies is just that but red. Soldier. I suppose this would assist. Yeah, Virus would be helped the least. Um, doing it that way, but it's also the one that gets scissor. Well, I guess Vaccine would also get scissor arm on. Huh. If I did it that way. I don't know. Maybe you could add the restriction. You could only catch one of each. So, like, you could get scissor arm on one, but you couldn't get it on all three or something. I don't know. Still workshopping it. Ouch. Where is the floor panel? Not that either. Interesting. I didn't think another room could. There it is. It's the last place I looked. Imagine that. Imagine that. Oh, another toy boat. I feel like this floor always gives me toy boats. I like it. I like it quite a lot. Now it makes me suffer. Never mind, those are good gets if. Okay, it's just EB. I'm hoping to knock out Fansmon with Fire Blast here, and then let Rosemon get some Nicker magic going. Okay. It worked for now. So she'll do that, and then we'll just do these one at a time to give an extra guard turn for Heracles Kabuterimon. 28 through the guard. But, double damage is no joke if you hadn't figured that out from us using it. Ha. Okay. Well, we just got trolled. It's alright. I like the red flashes. They give character. It's my mental illness. I'll cope the way I want. Thank goodness he missed. Bloody confusion or motivation down. He's just thoroughly annoying fella. Was this 3 more fights after this? That was. Not sure why I expected more damage. He had only been scissor armed once. That's alright though. That gives us an excuse for necromagic. I mean, what am I saying? That was my intent the whole time. The entire time. How many fights? 3? Yeah. This will polish off most of them. I just hate that it's Etamon again. Uh, you know what? No. Let's do it this way. Maybe we can even one round it that way. Maybe. C'est la vie. And he yet lives. I didn't screw. I just saw the text blast, and this is fine. This is fine. We don't have much further to go anyway. Why did you not move? You strange creature. She's the worst one to get confused because she has no way of cheesing her way out of it. Whatever, we're doing one more fight after this, so I'm not even going to bother worrying about it. Of course, she uses that one. Just in case. To heal. Does it become apparent just how good that heal is yet? Hopefully so. It will never not be. Are you still alive? Not any longer. Silly twat. That is a fairly uninviting room. Glad we don't have to go in there. That would be scary. Yay, Metal Claymon. If I had, what was it, two more DP, he'd become a Master Tyrannomon. And we wouldn't want that. But luckily we don't. We have four. Because sometimes I can count. Emphasis on sometimes. Look at those lovely stats. Speed could use work. Oops. The dragon types are often really low speed growths, so get used to that. Get used to that. Now, um, it should be pretty obvious, but he's just freshly evolved. Now, try to think back to the BIOS Metal Greymon, who was also at 21 when we got him. Uh, there's quite a big difference in stats. I'm pretty sure the attack and defense are over double what that lad's were, because I'm pretty sure they were like right at 50 tops, maybe even the mid 40s. As it was this, and the speed was like just about level one child level. Honestly, it was pretty horrendous. HP and MP were a full 100 plus below what these are. You get the idea. Well, we'll actually, I think I'll wrap up here, and I will do what I set out to do, and hopefully I remember to actually show it off by the time Monday rolls around. The difference between this lives or the uh, what I'm going to fuse this light into versus uh, or with the wild Holy Angemon versus one I craft myself with Boot Domain Digimon. So I'll get on that, and I'll also give a good think about if I want to do anything else with, because I'd like to get Necromagic on this lad as well, and she could really use an interrupt, but I don't. I'll think about it. Honestly, might just probably won't do anything because I've already gone far and above what I did in the routing process, which was already good enough to pretty comfortably beat the game. So or beat the story. So any more is really starting to border on. I might as well have just already been showing you my little power recipes. So yeah. But I reckon that'll do it for now. So I hope you enjoy and see you next time. We'll be saving over the second slot. Definitely not the third because that's my master save, so to speak. Joke on ranking not intended. So see you next time.